Oh yeah!
Alright, hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2 with Cookie Pirate. So today we're back in the tropical park, and we're gonna keep messing around a little bit, seeing where we can improve stuff. Kinda gonna be a chill stream tonight. I don't plan on doing anything too intensive, but who knows, if we dive deep enough into it, then we'll see. So yesterday the big thing that we did is get the RMC open in the back here. And we added some scenery. We finished up the station pretty much. We have a little tweaking to do. And we started setting up a little ground kind of level facility. Really only has ride photos right now, but eventually I'd like to turn that into a gift shop, maybe a snack bar. Stuff like that. We'll do some more theming. We're gonna probably relocate this ride. We're probably gonna relocate this coaster, do some terrain work back over here. We actually might have room for a small coaster that could be kind of jungle themed in this area. I definitely want to reuse this, though. This was a fun coaster to make. It could probably do a little work with the station. I like having it elevated up over the water. But, we'll see. I'm not moving it yet. Not until I... Excuse me. Oh, sorry about that. Ah. Not until I, finish up with this and kind of get it in position where I want it, and we kind of do some other work in this area. This side will be smaller and easier to work with, so... like what to do with these two railroad stations. So this section back here, from that station to that station, is well set. This one, we've got a ton of revamping to do. The station's going to get relocated. This station is probably going to get relocated. But the track from here, kind of back over here, is kind of in place. I think pretty much this area of the park from over here and over here, not counting this stuff right here, kind of draw the line like this, I think is pretty well set. We may redo the path over here, kind of tie it in further up. I've not fully decided yet what we're gonna do in that regard. Let's see how well our facilities are doing. So, just power generators. Let's get those cleaned. I don't fully understand that. They definitely should have a path available for people. Can clear that out, and we've got just a couple there. We're good. I feel like fixing this up because I'm tired of seeing that. It's like a little seamount. Let's, oh, we're gonna have to pull the water up. Let's do a little bit of work on that. Ah! Sampled? We're gonna auto paint. Here's, or use selected. Auto paint just automatically gives it grass or rock. So let's go in here and choose. I think we'll stick with sand, and we can change the basin down to rock. Alright. Let's press that section down. The intensity's not too high on purpose, just so I don't make it like super deep for no good reason. I finished my Zip and Pippin recreation today, and hello. Hey, Strawberry Jam, what's going on? Yeah, good to hear you. You got that finished up. I hope it came out nicely, and hope you're happy with it. See, and this is part of the problem that I have kind of trenching these things, is then you get this all pushed in, and it's just like a cliff into the water. It's not really realistic. I definitely want a bit of a slope down. So let's actually come around here and try a little bit of moderating of the edges. Yeah, we pulled that, but it's steep over here again. Excuse me. And let's, this is a reference that I use for the water height. There we go. Well, that looks much, much better. Now, what we had talked about last night is possibly relocating the surf coaster to this plot right over here, which means we'd probably pipe this in, draw the water out over here, and create like a little plaza. I'm not totally sure how that would work out. one possibility. Actually. One thing I thought of is possibly doing the entrance in a corner. And you'd go through the water park to get to the amusement park area, like the rest of the park and stuff. But I don't think that that is really an optimal idea. So we'll just kind of have to weigh some options for how we might be able to do that. But ideally, I would like to try to tie these together since they're both surf themed. However, the fact that they both have modular gift shops and restaurants might just be a little bit much in one area, especially when certain sections of the park are not very busy. Like these down here are not very busy. There's some activity, but there's plenty of vacant tables and stuff. The shop is making good money. The restaurants, that one's doing pretty good. This one is not. It's just not busy enough. And we have so many connected tables that it's not really something that I think needs to even be taken into consideration. I want to figure out, too, what to do with this coaster, because I've thought of relocating it slightly. Rotating it. Probably the position of it doesn't have to change so much, but maybe rotating it. And, I don't know. Alright, this person needs a, an accessible staff room. Let's go into here. Facilities. Yeah, but these don't tell you how many vacant spaces there are, so I don't know. I don't know which ones are free or not. Let me try to get them to one though. Let's find a big staff room. We'll be able to help accommodate. Let's put him over here. Okay, yeah, there's definitely room in there. I want to make sure these employees get their breaks because I don't want the morale to suffer. How's our weather looking? It's gonna get cloudy and then there's tomorrow. So it's gonna be a scorcher the day after. Interesting. Ah. The other thing I have thought a little bit about is we do have this open land up here. Not very easily accessible, but it would be nice to do something up here, whether it's a ride or some facilities, or whether we just kind of give it some scenery. But, whoop. Let's do sampled for this. Make that a more level cliff, taper it out a little bit. Just also want to make sure that I don't mess up anything that might be underground in this area. Nothing over here, I don't think, and I don't think it would affect anything underneath where the train runs by. That actually, I think, Yeah, I think it runs a little bit further back, kind of underneath the trees here. So, but we'll see what we can maybe do in this area. We've got a lot of open land over here that we could develop with the pirate section. Aha! Okay, that's what. I was gonna say, I'm all, like, just noticing some resistance on my mouse pad, and it was because there's like a painted decal on it in the corner, and the mouse was going right over it. So I was getting some resistance. And, yeah, so I just turned it around. Not really an applicable fact. Yeah, I would like to finish this building, so I think what we might do is go ahead and do that. It will require a little bit of modification of the path. And the ride entrances really, I don't think should be... Now what we could do is actually build a little bit of like an entrance building adjacent, kind of attached. Yeah, I'm gonna find an open plot of land, kind of like over here, to play around with a building. So let's actually, I love building buildings. That sounded a little funny. But no, seriously, I really enjoy creating, buildings in this game. Station buildings. Facilities and stuff. So what I think I'm gonna do... I would say a 4x3 is probably sufficient. So this isn't gonna be a super large... shop or anything, because I don't think we're gonna do a cafe in here. We could kind of do something separate. So what I'm gonna... Nope, that's half width. Alright. So let's just in this open area set up. So we'll do that, and I'm just gonna come back and reference that. So it's 2 solid wall sections, an arch, and we'll go in with the kind of shop front windows. We'll do one there, do 3 there, and I'll just run 4 along this side. And then if we're gonna do an attached... Yeah, okay. So let's come back and do solid walls over here. And maybe we can raise the roof a little bit. So we'll do a slightly taller structure here. then we'll just figure out where to place the entrance to that. Probably something similar to this. But we also need to find a location for the building where it's going to be set. I'm thinking right up against the back of the track. Right there might be a good option. And the queue will not go into that like it is right now. That was just a temporary setup to get it open. So what we could do is an attached... See if they would let us place it at an angle. That might be kind of tricky. Hey band player, what's going on? Sorry for not coming to the stream last night, I was at a concert. What is this wooden coaster? I've not seen it before. This one back here? This isn't a Woody, this is your RMC. We painted it up and themed it, and laid a bunch of trees around, and we built a station, and now I'm working on kind of a exit gift shop, sort of. So we may not even really need to attach an area for the entrance. I mean, we could figure that out. Didn't even recognize it. It's okay. Alright, let's do a roof here. So we've got a relatively tall... Could do some decorations. So if we're not gonna attach that though, we may not even... We might not even need the higher walls if we don't build something adjacent. But I'm thinking it would be nice to set some sort of a structure. You've done my 15-minute blackout justice. It was a good coaster though, especially for being built in such a short time. I don't know if I'd be able to get one that good in an hour. Hey Jimpers, what's going on, man? Welcome. Just FYI, you haven't already and are interested in joining the Discord server, I did post a link in the description. And I will also drop that here in chat. Just make sure it works. Test that. Yes. Did. The Ghost was made in like an hour with smoothing and stuff. Theming is the longest part. It often is. And it really depends on how elaborate you want to make it. So I don't think I'm going to make the roof as predominant. Come on now. No. Why did it do that? Gonna go with just the easier, kind of shallower 1 meter pitched. We will need the... Nope. This one, yeah. Do that on each side, and we'll grab 1 meter walls here. and just the 1 meter sloped wall to fit in place for the roof. And if we don't connect something on that side, we actually could open that up with shop front windows and lower the roof. Take these 2 meter pieces out and leave it just kind of a 1 floor structure. Here's also a really easy way to get path in place, is we're just going to set, let's grab a small station like a Gerstlauer and align with scenery group. Coaster gets placed at ground level. And it really can be anywhere in there. And then we just, an entrance and an exit anywhere. Yep. Hold on. Yeah, that works. And then we'll do a tile. So this actually helps you more easily align path to the building when you have a set grid structure like a coaster. So we're going to turn that down to 1, and then we're just going to lay tiles kind of all through here. We can paint them, tweak them as needed. It's going to level out. So actually, ideally, I think you would do this with everything raised above the ground. So we actually can do that. Let me take one segment out of the wall here, and we're gonna demo that path. Cookie, later in the stream, can you check the autumn park? Yeah, I think we could. I'm not wanting to spend a lot of time in parks. But I know that one's a bit smaller, so I think we could do that. Alright, and now we're gonna raise it up maybe like 2 or 3 meters off the ground. And we will now go in and do the, Nope. That's not, yeah, there we go. Trying to make a small scale RMC, alright. Look forward to seeing that. And now we lay our stamps. Right here. And then we just delete the coaster. And, what that should do, just let us bring it back up to height. And it should attach seamlessly. It's not perfect. There's always, for some reason, just a little bit of... That's actually a tad bit low. By the way, Cookie, what's the name of the RMC? I named it the Wild Mamba. Kind of very similarly themed to the old RMC that we had back in the front corner of the park. I wanted to keep that, I just wanted to move it. Kind of tie it into this jungle theme. So, it's a bright green on a much darker green. And then the beige wood supports kind of representing the Kind of almost like the trunks of the palm trees and stuff that surround it. It's not perfect. I mean, we could always adjust the colors a little bit, but yeah. I approve. Well, I'm glad I have your approval. Sounds like I've done the, Sounds like I've done the coaster, right. Did I delete the hyper hybrid? What hyper hybrid? Six, 7. Oh my gosh. What's going on, Kevin? That's so weird. This is bugged. You look at it from above, and it's, level. You look at it down here, and it shows up probably about a quarter meter below. 6'10". I had a friend in college, and his nickname was 6'10" because he was 6'10". He was a super great guy. And just really tall. And then the funny thing, he dated one of my friends who was 4'11". I said it looks like a beachside shack placed right next to the Empire State Building. Because the height difference was just so extraordinary. But they were a cute couple. They were both great folks. Can we kick Jimpers and Kevin, JK? I might time them, each of them out for, I'm thinking 1 minute and 7 seconds. You get the reference, you get it. I don't think I need to explain. I'm not actually going to do that. I made that joke once. I made that joke with JP one time. He jumped in in the chat. And I said, "All right, we're gonna time out JP for 67 seconds for every time he uses that." Kevin, I think it's just a joke that they made, or that band player made for using the 6'7" meme. His actual name is a cinnamon of the world small. Huh? Yeah, don't link it. Alright. Okay, so we do have the structure in place. So what I'm gonna do... So we're actually gonna end up having to cut off access to this over here for a short time. We may reroute that there. Because my thought is to place it kind of right at the edge. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do here. So we're going to turn all filters off except for nature. And we're just going to start clearing out some of these trees in the immediate vicinity of these buildings just so we can see a little bit better. That can stay. It's really just going to be these right over here. That's good there, because it's not going to be anywhere past here. I'm going to take these up as well. Doesn't have to go further back than that. Now I'm going to pause. Are these attached? Yes, they are. Okay. When is the game award? What do you mean? Hmm. Oh. So we actually have to grab all of these TVs. One got missed. There we go, we got them all. Split from building, and now we get rid of that. And it does not get rid of the TV screens. When is the Game Awards taking place, on what day? I don't know, I actually don't really pay attention to that. Somebody else here might know. I don't. Okay. Yeah, so this is a separate scenery group. So now we grab these, and we can actually just move them. Let's just move them over here for a minute. I hope I didn't miss it yet, because I hope it didn't happen yet. By the way, do they announce announcements of new video games there too? I really don't know. I've never followed that. So you're asking the wrong person. Maybe somebody else knows better than I do. But I really do not know. That's not much help, but just being honest. I really do not know. Okay. Now as I'm looking at this, I think we're actually going to swap these. Now if we place it like over here. Yeah. In line right there. So we're actually going to tear that queue up. These people are going to be stuck. It happened on Thursday, December 11th. Oh, you just missed it by a few days. That sucks. Actually, tell you what, let's just reattach that. Once we get the building into position, we can... Oh, well, we need to get the path attached as well, so let's actually do this. So we're gonna do the multi-select. Everything is on, which is fine right over here. Now it's got the path selected and the building. We move the whole thing. Let's get it in position where we want it. I hope we get a new Planet Coaster 3, Planet Zoo 2, Planet Car Dealer, Planet Barbershop, Planet Hotel, Planet Restaurant, Planet Airport, Planet University College. Oh my gosh. Well, Planet Coaster 3 is not going to be coming out for a long time. This game is just over a year old. And the original Planet Coaster, we didn't have the sequel for, I think, 8 years. Planet Zoo 2 is in the works. And then all the other stuff, I think you're wishful thinking. Planet Setup Builder. Planet Plane. Alright, let's actually grab these. We're gonna... Planet Dollar Store. Are you kidding me? Planet. I'm sure that's coming. Oh man. All right. Let's grab both of those. So we're actually gonna shift it. So you know what we could actually do is place the photos in the center. This way there's some light. Place the solid walls with the photos. There. Or we could actually just do those on this solid wall right here. Yeah, let's actually do that. Let's duplicate. Place those there. Now this is me just being really picky. I could actually pull that up and raise the entire building and raise the ground just a tad. And we get that whole thing to line up slightly better. It's only about a 1/4 meter difference. So what we'll do is we'll come back into multi-select, turn ride off because I don't want to adjust that. But everything else selected should be okay. Just make sure not to grab the queue. Mm. and that's actually raised. This is how ridiculously precise you can be with this stuff. But I think that's about as close as we're gonna get. Yeah, it's sloped downward just a little bit right there. So we'd be moving this down like 1/10 of a meter, if anything. This looks low-key tough. It's a little tricky. Planet Hawaii will be coming in 2027. Planet Hawaii would be fun. I mean, I do my flight sim streams in Hawaii occasionally, and it's lovely. As much as I like doing the ones in Alaska. Alright, just to help a little bit with lining this up, we're going to do a stamp build and attach it to there. It interferes with the staircase. So we'll actually place it there. I think that's it right there. This should be perfectly flat. Oh yeah, there we go. That's about to appear in the update coming in 2030. What source are you using to find this info? Oh my gosh, y'all. Y'all are funny. Okay. So that's in place. This is in place. Now we just need to decide how we would want to route the queue, and let's move these. In my opinion, that's taller than it needs to be. We could bring it down to single height level. We could add a 1 meter wall piece so it sticks up a little bit. I think it would look good with the 1 meter. Ah! Doubled. November 17th, 2029. Don't you believe it? And we'll just grab... Oh, we're missing a piece. That's fine. We'll bring those into place. And I think that's a more reasonable height for that building. It's not totally capped off super super low. There's room for the high height, but I think that looks better. And we can move the entrance plaza, and we can attach all of this to move seamlessly. Just with the multi-select tool, when we grab the entire coaster, the station, this, and however we want to set the entrance up. We have that ability. The next thing to do over here is to significantly lower the terrain. And what that'll do is help us line paths up evenly without them trying to snap to ground level. So the next thing we'll do is actually grab that here, press all of this in, all the way back out over here. We don't need to do it under the building. Take all of that there. Now with that in place, we could actually do an angled kind of shop front. Not really shop front, but we could actually set up a structure that's kind of attached for the actual queues to be routed, and we may modify that slightly, but I generally like to have my queues go at an angle. This actually would kind of cut them at a corner, and then come back around here. So there's room to kind of maneuver them. This is the priority queue. I don't want to make that one too long. So that's a little bit of the hesitation. Tell me when to make a code for the Autumn Park. Go ahead. I'm going to save right here. I need to step up, take a quick break, and when we come back, we can check it out. Or, can you just update the blueprints, or do you, like the ones that you have on the workshop, or do you have to create an entirely new one? If so, drop the code. And we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, we're back. Yep, so band player, go ahead, drop the code. Whenever you're ready, and we'll take a look at it. Sorry, it ended up being a little bit longer of a step away. So what I'm thinking, rather than a building, actually could do this a couple different ways. No, let's actually just get out of it. There's the code right there, perfect. Well, if you just uploaded it to the workshop, it'll actually show right up. Okay, taking a minute to connect. Happens. There we go. That's it right there. Alright, what I'm gonna do is unsub these two, just so I don't mix up the versions. And that is the park, that's the most recent, that's the one that we want. Perfect. Okay. Let's get out of that, go in. Excuse me. Oh, a little bit of hiccups. Alright, so let's see, delete me of the walls. Okay. You'll need to update that code. We can delete those. Alright, so your entrance gates. Your entrance gates are backwards. These point forward, and the doors open up into the direction of the park. That's an easy fix. Beautiful restaurant. Kind of set up with these wooden planks here. I like the frames. That's a very easy thing to do, though. That's a very trivial fix. I like the frames around that. I like the wood board kind of right on that. Back here looks like the dark ride. I'm guessing this is still probably a work in progress. Would turn on global illumination. Let me see. Since I reinstalled the game. It's on Ultra. Okay, yeah. So I did actually set that. So we've seen all this. This here is the exit to that coaster. Oh, that's cool. That's what lights up the track at night. Rewrite it? Okay, we'll check it out. This is one of those tracked automated vehicle. Queue building for... Ooh, it is dark in here. If you want, the entrance plaza has night lighting as well. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably change it over tonight. Oh yeah, look at that. The fountains are not really fountains, but you got the waterfall kind of a pond, I should say. Looks really neat. Got that there, you've got that there. Yeah, it's set up around a lot more rock. This right here is really neat. What is this for? I don't see where that goes. Unless it's for this. But I don't know. Cool path that lines up over to the People Mover ride. And then, yeah. So we've got the kiddie coaster over here. Okay, you want the entrance plaza has... The entrance plaza doesn't seem to have any lights. Or do you mean for the coaster? Ah, yeah, okay. I see it lighting up that. Yeah, that must be what you meant. Hedrix, once the most powerful wizard on the High Council. Oh yeah, okay, that's the story of it, yeah. Would get a little more illumination maybe back here. If you incorporate any of that into the story. I think that would be really cool. People aren't really going over here just because there's nothing for them to go to. Unless you set some benches down or maybe, you know, incorporate it. And I don't know how practical it would be, but maybe some food and beverage like stalls or counters or something like that. That's really pretty though. Okay, so you got all of this in here. Ooh, spooky. Alright. Oh, come on. Let's start there. Let's go through this. Okay, so it doesn't look like this has changed. No more screens back here. I would love to see those in action. I think that would be really cool. Come up here. You've got the giant rune. That's really neat. Yeah, it doesn't look like this has changed, but the seeing it with the lighting looks really neat. I still think it's a little bit too long of a queue, as great as it looks. Made a Google Drive image with the folder of images. Oh, nice. And you come back through here. Let's just get some of the station and we can... Okay. Oh, you might make... Oh, I misread that. I read it as you made. I think that's a good idea. You know what you could also do is record a video of it, where you have the files, and do that would be a really good like POV for YouTube for a video. Yeah, look at that. A little disorienting. In the dark, you don't see it super well. There's a hold. Here we go. I like how it passes through those arches. Look at that, the lanterns along the path there. It's so dark. It goes for the experience of both. I would have set it to twilight so you could see the surroundings, but you'd still get some of the like night effect. But yeah, I agree. A lot of videos that people make POVs of their coasters. They do a day and a night ride just because they're such different experiences. I love that sideways banked airtime hill. Papa Air. Yeah, that looks really cool. And it's dark again. Can't see anything! Yes, okay, the exit station. Yep. Very neat. And we saw where the ride exits from. Kind of coming back through this atrium right over here. Oh, nice! Okay, so you've got a couple, So this looks unfinished, because there's a circle stamp in the middle. I would imagine you could put, like, some statue or something like that. Ride counters. There's a modular souvenir. So dark. And then the exit. Back out into the plaza. Really cool! I like that. Let's actually change the light back to daytime. Where are we? There we are. Yeah, there's some really cool changes that you've made. Great job with that. I really like this back over here when it passes around the water, and you've got the little posts with the lanterns back around here. It'd be interesting to see what you do with this. So the thing about it is, for like in-game purposes, your guests aren't gonna wander to an area where they don't have something to do or to get. So if you want people to use these paths in-game, you would have to add other attractions or shops or facilities or stuff like that. But from a purely aesthetic standpoint, I think it's really nice. It's brilliant. You could even, I bet you people would even walk to go get like benches and stuff like that, but definitely adding a kind of a food or drink or a like restroom option to get people to actually venture out to see all of this great work that you've done would be the way to get them to go. Shops will go in the middle of the circle there. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Could do some sort of like a central stall with the stands kind of placed around, and then some benches and trash cans along the outer. Ishak, what's going on? Well, I'd like to see what you do with this. The front of this looks absolutely beautiful. The back, of course, looking incomplete, but it looks like a really good start of something there. So I think you could really create something magnificent. I like the work that you've done. Great job. It's beautiful, coming along really nicely. Thanks for sharing. I love this music. That is a beautiful ambience. Yeah, great work on that, though. Alright, let's come back into here. I kind of want to keep, well, with it paused. Bit by bit is getting more full. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're really doing good work. Wonder where everyone else is. Yeah, it's a Saturday evening. Saturdays for me, like crowd-wise, it's not paused. It was paused. JP, Jimpers, Dale. I don't know about JP and Dale. Jimpers was here. He might be working on his RMC that he had talked about building. Yeah, Saturday evenings tend to be hit and miss because sometimes you get people, you know, going out Saturdays or doing stuff, you know, family or whatnot. But sometimes Saturdays are super busy because it's a weekend. I usually tend to have better turnouts on Fridays. But it is what it is. I don't care. I mean, I care, but I am not concerned. You know, because it happens. Well, you get some nights with a really high turnout. Other nights are light. I need my phone charger. Got it, there we go. Goal. Yeah, one thing to fix would be this right here. We can actually get rid of these floors once we bring everything ground level back up and evened out. We'll do some path painting. That might fix this visual bug. See how the floor in here looks low? But then you raise it up and it's right in line. So it's a weird visual bug right there. No big deal. I think it's because the path has a base on it and the sides of the path aren't visible. Yeah, you know what? That's probably it. So if we did a stamp build... Or, no, not stamp. We use the customize. Fill that all in right here. Keep railings off. So we just come in and... No, interesting. That doesn't have that either right now. Yeah. Alexander, what's going on, man? Welcome. Actually, railings off. We can turn them back on. Curbs on. And yeah, now interesting thing is they're sticking up right there. Why? I don't know. Oh, it's an edge thing. Come on. Come on now. Yeah, there we go. That's sticking up for some reason. That curve is a little bit higher. And then we would actually probably need to put some barriers there. Dale, yeah, Dale isn't here tonight. At least not yet. He sometimes comes on a bit later. Yeah, there we go. Now we can see. Aha, exactly. So that did it. So the question is, do we want to put some sort of a building kind of here for the queues to go through and then cut over that way? Kind of run them along the back here through some scenery before they get into the building, or some nature. Or do we just do a scenery centerpiece? Have the queues kind of branch off that. And you know what? Because those are window fronts. That's gonna get pulled. Scenery centerpiece. Yeah, instead of a building. I'm thinking that too. We've already got two relatively sizable buildings. Let's do a stamp right there. Interesting. And then back here, now we can actually angle that slightly more differently. We might have just given ourselves a little more room. The octagon would cut kind of here, or right here. Yeah. I think I'm onto something now. Or if we center it, that gives us a little more room to cut the corner. Yeah, so tell you what. Place another stamp. Remember how I was a small YouTuber before but stopped? I think I might change games for a bit to see what is the best game for one. It's worth experimenting. I mean, I play a couple different ones. This has kind of become my main, but I'm always a flight simmer. So I do that. Yes, we would line that up on that side there to get that centered. We've got options here that actually should let us snap it either way. Yeah, it will. Oh, perfect. Okay. So we can see what works best. Cut the corner there. Let's see if we try that. Yeah, it's definitely worth experimenting. You know, see It's important that you do something that you like and that you feel like your audience would be engaged with. Both of those factors are important. Never even had one viewer on Planet Coaster 3. Why? We were making jokes about Planet Coaster 3 earlier. Planet Coaster 2. Okay. Yeah, you know, it depends. Gonna first actually get noticed, then I'll switch back. The thing you have to be careful about with that is if you build up a following, and I've experienced this with Flight Sim. Yeah, the thing you have to keep in mind, if you build up a real following on that, and then you just all of a sudden switch, some people don't care, and they'll just follow you for you. But a lot of people will stick to the game that they prefer. So I get a lot of people that watch my PC2 streams that don't watch when I do Flight Sim, and vice versa. I get a lot of people that will watch my Flight Sim and don't really care about the Planet Coaster streams and stuff, which is fine. It's, you know, not every game is everyone's cup of tea. So, but just don't let that discourage you. I usually do both just for what you do. Yeah, and a lot of people do, but many people don't. It really just depends on what their preference is, and that's, you know, totally fine and understandable. Really? It was letting me do that before. Might have gone just a touch far with that. Oh, so it actually dips down just slightly. I wonder why. Then this side over here we would end up doing probably something similar there. Running it back. Kind of out that way. Haha, yes I did. Feel free to join it. I see a Leviathan photo for it. No, it's Fury. But close. I actually took that picture many years ago when I was there. That was not something I took this year. Ooh. Why is that angled off? This is where this always becomes a little bit tricky. Okay. To respect the height and not mess this up, we're gonna do kind of a weird angle like that. So we'll know this is part of the plaza, and this is not. So we'll have it segmented that way. Now we can unpause. People are gonna be a little confused for a moment. Yeah, you all are not trapped now. Just turn around and go the other way. I don't really care about Flight Simulator. It's just not my cup of tea, to be honest. And that's fine. I understand. Some people love it. Some people it's not their thing, and that's understandable. I get plenty of people that watch my Flight Sim streams that don't really tune into Planet Coaster. So, oh, she missed her break. Well, we have 2 people that missed it. Let me, she's gonna quit if she does not get, let me see what time. She gets a break. 1800, so pretty late. Solid amount of viewers. Yeah, they're turning up. And she's not happy, but that will go up as long as she gets her break at 9, so we'll make sure that those 2 get their breaks. Sorry about that. Hiccup. Decent line for that there. Alright, what we can do over here now is get rid of that bench. I'm going to just start pulling some of those miscellaneous floor pieces up that we don't need. We'll leave the ones underneath the building in place as a reference. It's a height reference for terrain and stuff. Maybe as a reference if somebody downloads the blueprint or something like that, then it's a good marker. Yeah, these queues are not perfectly level for some reason. No big deal. Let me see, let's... Alright, let me... Oops. All the way across the park. Let me give him a shortcut. Get him back into here so people can get those. So this is telling me there is a very minor elevation difference. It's negligible, but when it comes to placing the blueprint, people would have to contend or just redo the path based on that. But ideally to try to keep this and this at the same height and this, there's going to be just a very small amount of variation. No big deal. We can bring the terrain back up now, so very carefully I'm going to grab it and raise it until it bumps. Right about to curb height. I'm about right there. Auto paint is on, that's fine. Because this all over here probably should get painted anyway. Thick grass. Jungle themed. Not really the sand and beach. Oh, that is not centered. Oh, man. Spent all that time lining it up and I got it off. Why I've been on Planet Coaster for an hour? What? Alright, I think I finally got it right. Holy cow. That was more time than I intended to spend on that, but there. Oh, I finally got it perfect. You know, I'm a little bit too much of a perfectionist. It's like, holy cow. A little bit much. But there we go, we're set up. Centerpiece, we can come through and paint some of that. I would like to fix this right here real quick. So what I'm gonna do is tear that up. Might snap off maybe so it fits the contour. Length snap. And it did the exact same thing, probably because of the direction it's being built. Oh well. Little bit of terrain clipping, again, probably the elevation difference with these paths here. Not a big deal. See, this is how much of a perfectionist I can become with this game. If we pull that upward just slightly, flatten it out. pull that back up. Good enough. And we'll need to find a centerpiece that fits here. Let's just look at blueprints. We can change it up. Something representative of the... Yeah, that's too large. As beautiful as that is, it's just not going to fit there. If we did that, we'd have to scale it down. The other thing we could do... out of curiosity, out of the pirate options, since they're kind of tropical and jungle themed, they might be, yeah, those are going to be a little too specific. Okay. So go back down to resort options here. That would work. We could just pull a couple of those excess pieces up that don't really fit the theme, like the beach ball and grab the 2 meter one. That one sticks up a little bit more. The 4 meter is an option as well. That's tall enough. I think what we could do is a 2 meter. And then a 1 meter on top. We could really just get rid of all these miscellaneous signs that really don't have anything of relevance. And we could put something there that would be a little better themed. Oh, let's go in props, signs. Snap off. Maybe post something right below the rope. Yeah, that's at a pretty good height. Let's do the same thing on this side here. This will look relatively similar to what we did over at the Radon station over here. Oh yeah, so we used the exact same piece and kind of built these columns off to the sides. This is what, just 4 meter straight up. Put a ton of trees around here. Color these. I actually kind of like the way that looks. We go with the dark green. I know that tan color looks neat. Do the same on each side. Keep it uniform. Oh, no, I don't change that. Change this one. Yeah, there we go. And well, let's see if we could do a large, some sort of pillar on the... across to kind of arch them. Maybe something kind of like that. We can attempt to... yeah, we can maybe shift that and get those to line up. That actually is not bad as it is. An advanced move. Very slight misalignment. I think it's more important to get them to line up with each other rather than perfectly on the bases. We get them to line. Probably not rotated perfectly. Okay, can you show Alexander the Mako Plaza? Yeah, just a minute. So I'm thinking some sort of a sign up on this. Maybe a cross. Yeah, we could probably do some sort of a cross beam on here. Maybe take the rope. Oh no, the rope is built into it. Yeah. Okay. Thinking maybe an angle. And we'll put a giant sign up on top. Yeah, let me go do that real quick. A hanging sign? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Alright, so the Mako Plaza. So we've got, you made this, yeah. I remember that now, looking at it. Yeah, it's beautiful. You've got the rocks, and we placed a fountain just below. Got it lined up to cover the entire hexagon or octagon. We've got the sign, some trees on top of the rocks. Then over here, I'm gonna change this. You know it's Mako right here. Mako entrance, or just. We got gifts and snacks. This is a choke point. So I think we will need to redo this at some point, somehow. Is there Yeah, so the line is backed up. And these people are starting to panic because we don't have somebody to the guard got her out. Oh, whoa. Love the terrain clipping. So we may try to redo that, but we need to get somebody up here to this ride. As quickly as we could. Random color right now. Is there any theme associated with it? With what you're trying to do, or no? Is it all just generic? bright enough to be a flower. Magenta. Wait! Who's coming over to run this ride? Yeah, this can't sit for an hour with nobody here. Josepha Collinson. Where is she? Right over here? Okay. Doesn't have anything assigned right now. Attend ride, any? Let's grab her for... Yes, please. Go work it. Yeah, you're welcome. Get somebody over here to get that going fast, because the queue is starting to empty out. People are... Hey, what's going on, Shem? Welcome. Keep turning up late, it's fine. Yeah, I'll just come when you can, when you want. But oh, what's going on, Dale? Just wanted to say, hey, what's up? I had a concert right now. Love you all. Hope you enjoy the concert. It's great to see you, man. I just got done playing movie riff tracks with my friend. What's going on, Dark Helm Doom? Yeah, people are turning up. Yeah, it's been a pretty slow evening so far, but yeah, we're getting people in. It's good to see you all. What concert? Yeah. And band player, I didn't ask you before, but how was yours? Hope it went well. Local pop punk hardcore show, and the headliner is called Just Surrender. Interesting. Alright, that one actually looks better than the first one. The rope is sticking through a little bit. You too, Mandale. Good to see you. Concert I was at was great. It was a really good acapella group, which took like 2 hours to go see. Oh, that's worth it. I'm about to surrender to Alexander's Plains. I play a few times a month with my... Oh, you played! Alright. Because I read that. Playing movie riff tracks. Okay. I play a few times a month with my friend and her friends on a stream and adding funny lines to continue a film clip, and the funniest one wins. That actually sounds pretty fun. Yeah, I think those are in place well. We can alternate the colors a little bit. So let's actually do that. Yeah, that's gonna look better in my opinion. So change that. Let me go in the workshop. I can't find what I'm looking for, so they don't have it in-game by default. Coaster. Copperhead. Snake hunters. Whoa! Is that a recreation of the Disney castle? Let me go back. I'll go back to it in a minute. On the homepage, we'll see. That one's pretty cool, actually. I might frighten some people. Hey! Cat was scratching at the carpet. That one's interesting. But I don't want... I don't want something too frightening looking. As odd as that may sound. Because the type of coaster is not... The coaster's intense, but the theme of it, I should say, the theme of the coaster is not... Yeah, look at that! It's a little bit of a different, welcome to the 70s. Oh, he made a Magic Kingdom Park? Let me search that code real quick. 8XR C53J19. Oh, update 2. Okay. Yeah, look at that. That's incredible. He made a Magic Kingdom. Oh, yeah. Wow, that is beautiful. Fascinating. Why is that not loading? Did it crash my game just now? Are you kidding me? What just happened? My game is locked up. Let me restart it. Nah, my PC's great. It was the game itself just locked up. I just hope I didn't lose much of that work on the... autosave. I know. Takes over. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. I loaded into the save file and not the autosave. Okay, alright, that's good. So we're back into where we were. Didn't lose anything, fortunately. So we've got some options for sign types here. I'm gonna open this up for a poll. I haven't done that tonight yet. Alright. And I'm gonna step up real quick and we'll be back momentarily. So I'll let you all vote when I come back. We'll figure out what to do. Alright, we're back. And let's see. Alright. So we've got 2 votes for 3D letters and a vote for place the name elsewhere. I also want to try something here. I'll let that go for a minute. I'm gonna open up another poll after that one. It's not really going to be super relevant to gameplay. But there's a reason I'm going to ask. Yeah, Ishak, no worries. So, autosave is a godsend. I keep it turned on, and the autosave kicks in, I think, every 3 minutes. So, if the game does crash, I never lose more than 3 minutes of work, which can be a lot depending on what you're doing, but most of the time, it's really not. It's fine. Can place a centerpiece over here, and that is very well lined up. I made sure of it. I made sure it was lined up nicely. Okay, I want to make sure, because what I'm gonna do could trigger some people if they have a real fear of snakes. Which I do, except the what I'm gonna place is one of the few that I can look at and not get freaked out. Make the octagon stamp hole again. Oh, you could probably place 5 of them in like a plus sign. Clear the one out. Place a 3-size delete stamp. Advance move it. Ooh, let me try that. I'm curious. How do I advance move it, though? use a keybind. Which one to get it to hold in place? I think it's fine. It's really close. Like the way that I lined it up here, it's very well centered with that, and it is. Switch it to something easily accessible. I forget the default. That is almost perfect. It's good enough. I appreciate the tip. I'll have to play around with that, try something out though. Alright, so let's do some 3D letters. Such a PC2 nerd, I made keybinds for almost every game input. I bet you that took a while, but that's probably well worth it, man. Alright. I'm gonna open up another poll. Alright, because what I'm going to do, I just want to make sure, because I care enough for you all that I don't want to trigger any intense fears. One person is terrified of snakes. Okay. I guess the real question, I'm gonna... let me rephrase the poll. Alright, do that. Literally just having a conversation about being afraid or not afraid of snakes with a friend. Interesting. They're not gonna fit. I'm gonna have to scale them down. 85% should probably be okay. The M's just take up a lot of space. So somebody, yeah, 3 people are okay with it, but 1 person says, please don't. Okay. Hey, what's going on, man? I just drank a large cold brew with tons of sugar. Oh, you're gonna be wired. Yep. I accidentally chose yes, please don't. I just spammed when I saw it. Well, a second person has voted not to, so. High buzzing ball of energy. Band player, he does. I'm so tired, but not at the same time, mate. I shouldn't have asked for sugar after. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll, and out of respect for the people that vote no, because I understand I'm terrified of snakes, and there are only a couple that I don't get, like, fear triggered by. Out of respect, I'm not gonna place real, like, footage of real ones in game. That actually there looks okay. We'll change the color of the letters, of course. I feel like maybe rotating a couple just to kind of slop them a little wonky. Cold brew already has tons of sugar, and I asked for it sweetened because it was bitter. They added way more sugar to sweeten it. Oh, my head hurts. Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful with that. An overload of sugar can definitely... Let me get the color for this tan and the brown, because I kind of want to use them. Maybe not the brown, but the tan, I think. 4B2B11 837250. And select like 3 items with multi-select and add to a group. Change like 3 at a time. Yeah, and I was thinking about that. But I'm trying to figure out how I want to stagger the colors. I may mess around. I might actually go with like a... not that one. Kind of working backwards on that. Oh, I kind of like that. Maybe we use a medium green in one of these. Let's actually do this. Not gonna lie, why is it called that? It's cool but nice. You should add shade. Yeah, that's just a it's a work in progress, but yeah, we're gonna add shade. So since I'm not gonna add pictures of the real world animals, the idea for the coaster theme being in the jungle was the Eastern Green Mamba. Which is an absolutely... those of you that are afraid, don't look it up. Those of you that are okay with it, look it up. The Eastern Green. There's 4 species of mambas, which are my favorite types of snakes, despite them being so dangerous. But even the blacks get me, and the westies get me a little bit, but the Easties don't. They just the Eastern Green Mambas are probably one of the prettiest types of snakes that I've seen. Absolutely beautiful. They're relatively docile compared to the others. Still very frightening. Check this out. Let me pull that up. Better not crash my game this time. I've seen this, yeah. Ha! Alright, on the count of 3, folks. 1, 2, 3. T3 sucks! I really want to get the sound clip from that that video. I may look that up. And just add it in. Just have it randomly play at different points in the park at different times, and just guys shouting T3 sucks. It's kind of become a running meme. In the Viking Park, I have the letters written there somewhere. One of Bromix Creations, he put a little Easter egg under one of the ceilings, I think, that said T3 sucks. So, anyway, Eastern, all the green mambas but especially the eastern green, are very arboreal. And so my thought being thick in the jungle, high up on elevation, and it was on the wall, yeah, for the invert at the front of the park. Alright, phone is done charging, yay. Hold on. Who did it? I don't think it was any of them. Was it one of them? It was caught on camera. Oh, we got him. Oh, it was one of these two. Okay. Aha. Out! Black rails on an RMC looks so good. These are, yeah, they do. These are actually not black. They are a very, very deep green. You can kind of see it when you zoom in. But from a distance, it's, yeah. So that's how I kind of got the theme. And I had done that with the RMC that was back over here, but I didn't theme it anywhere near to the extent that I am doing this one. This may or may not be the permanent position of this coaster. We might actually slide it a little bit back. We could rotate it slightly. It fits well in this area, but depending on what else we add and how we reroute some stuff. Break taken. Good. Alright, she's gonna be fine. Is new. Scheduled. We need to make sure she gets her break. Break in progress. Break taken. Making sure nobody's missed it. And if they do, what we can always do is assign them a different block of time to take their break. We've got some looking for available staff buildings. However, they're very happy, so I'm not too concerned about them at the moment. You know, the other thing that we could do is make sure all of these people are getting the pay. So we're going to just click every single one of them, turn it to fair, and turn it back to high. That way it grabs everybody and makes sure that they get it. I see very nice. Conda at Wallaby, Belgium is also very deep green. It's almost black. I love that color. And you know what we could actually do if we multi-select these and change the color, maybe just to lighten it a little bit. It gets them to pop a little bit better on the sign. I like that. We'll do that there. Alright, next pull. Just a thought of coloring the buildings. The original RMC station that I had was a shade of green. I don't remember exactly what I used. And the cool thing about a lot of these bamboo, they'll actually preserve the natural color. I just think they kind of clash a little bit. Alright. While I'm at it, let's go in here and scenery brush. Gonna go with these small palms. Gonna reduce the size. Align to surface on, avoid path off. Haha. I'm kind of poking through the building a little bit. Not that. That one's a little bit too large there. These Kentia and Nikau palms actually fit really well. Bengal bamboo. Where do you find the bamboo? Alright, so we have a vote for a dark shade of green, one for leave them tan, one for alternate them. I think given that people have voted, other than alternating, we have one for tan, one for dark shade of green. I'll wait and see other people vote, you know, what they think. But maybe alternating them would be an option. Drop a couple bombs. Yeah. It's not letting me place any large palms. Interesting. I wonder if it's just maybe too dense with the small ones or something like that. What's going on here? Weird. To reopen it. Alright, so we got another vote for Shade of Dark Green. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and end that. And we'll look and see kind of what some of our options are. Let me go back into this and see if just resetting. Yeah. Now they're placing fine. That was a weird bug. Whoa! Did not mean to do that there. Place that one right up over there. That medium coconut palm probably would have been okay. Can't have that one there. Bro got jump scared by a palm tree. I didn't. Not jump scared. Is that a medium coconut? Yeah. Yeah, that one's actually... like it could go. Like right back there, maybe. It's hanging over the coaster. We rotate it and then an advanced move. Let me get it placed right over that. That actually looks okay. I love these Kentia palms, and the Nikau palms are good ones for small spaces. That one's trying to attach to an existing tree. That through there's okay. Whoa, okay, I don't want to do that for the roof. But that's a dark green. That's way too light. Yeah, so that actually, I think, preserves a mix of the tan. Pretty effectively. Now we'll change... Let's go back to that. And... I want to select the whole building minus the roof. Or, we just select the whole thing and then change that back. We'll do that. Might be the way. Go grab the roof pieces. Give it a little of an olive color there. Probably some shop, or modular souvenir shop would be good, and a small one. And then perhaps also some vending machines, some food. Some drink options. Oh, it's so crowded through here, wow. We'll probably need to add a couple staff buildings. Seating options, maybe we do. I really wish that you could, well, number one, turn the radio off for these. It seems like that got something that may have been dropped, but maybe I just don't notice, you know, before that wasn't an option. And the other thing I'm gonna do is, let's go into wall pieces here. We're gonna do this to kind of cover up. I really don't like the blue. And here's how to line that up. Hat's fantastic. Angle snap. And that. Oh, that's a little bit far. Okay. The next thing we're gonna do, slide it over this way. Center it as best we can. And we're going to scale it to fit the width. I like that. Now back to advanced move. There we go. Well, shoot. Can you hit a POV of the themed coaster? Yeah, give me a minute. Somehow I've got to be able to go in and grab. There we go. Needs to be brought up just a little bit more. Cover that blue gap. So yeah, that 1.5 meter width wall piece is a good way to cover up the, and you know the other thing that you can do. Well, that's fine, nobody can see that. It's just a blue bar in the back. The TVs are slightly shifted over, so let's recenter those. Very easy fix. There we go. And then we can come in and add some stuff in here. Open it up. We might actually just do full width windows rather than the shop front windows. But I don't know yet. I might change that. Alright, haven't finished this plaza, but we'll come back to that. I'm actually going to go in first person. And we'll walk this. So, out of the priority queue, we'll go into general. Priority just parallels over there, and then it cuts up the stairs. So you come through and you walk this whole thing. I'm not going to go through every section of it, but basically you come back around, you get views of all the palms. You can actually see a little more out that direction. I'm going to try to make scenery. I might thin the trees out just a little. Then we set up these arches here. That's one thing that's missing because the roof was actually, or the ceiling was sticking through the stairs right there. I might try to rectify that. Then you come up here. You go up the stairs. And we'll actually cut into the priority line now. A lake would fit well off to the side. Oh yeah, we may be able to do that. Into front bumper POV. And there we go. And then the exit, you just come right down. Oh, palm tree sticking up a little bit. And then into here is your ride photos. We're going to add some stuff. Modular shop and some vending machines. I approve. I'm glad. Thank you. Band player approved. I'm glad. So let's actually go in here and add some stuff. Alright, got a solid wall in place. And we're going to do custom modular souvenir shop. I added those shops in the back of the Autumn Park like you've asked. People are going there now. It's nice. Awesome! I mean, in my opinion, it is so well worth it to make a small change like that that get people engaged in those areas of the park. You know, really lets them, brings it to life other than just looking nice. It becomes functional and thinking of making some PC2 tips on my gaming channel, should I? Yeah, I think that would be a really good idea. You've got a lot of tips and tricks that I think would be very helpful if you shared. So, not a big modular souvenir shop by any means. Those actually stick up a little bit. You know, we could push that up against the wall. Or we could even do... Yeah, this is gonna be just a really small shop. We could add a few back here, and I'm thinking vending machines on the sides, perhaps. Let's do... and we can pull those off the wall a little bit, or push them onto the wall with an advanced one. Yeah, it's basic. Not really much taking up space here. Could do... Yeah, I think we need to clear those out. Maybe back over here. Because I think the path ends up getting a little bit cluttered in that proximity. Don't really want people, you know, being blocked from getting off the ride coming through here. Stuff sticking out in the middle. We actually... the only things that weren't connected were the balloon stands. Okay, so let's go into that catalog. I think it just makes sense to sell green balloons. Novelty hats, one thing that's missing.
la plankonon. Plumba video, pariuma se an. Admirumas, stay there.
Gele University Group.
Advun, avut patein.
Whoops. I think we really need those. We just need one more counter to add that would allow a
Yêu chặt chẽ về là gì? Được mà không?
I mean, we could add one there, might get a bit cluttered. Yeah, I want to leave that side open. So there you sell your puzzles, and we can switch that. Well, she's... And now everything is available that we're choosing to sell. I think that looks pretty good. Now we can color these.
Io stimi caca senza lane. Giano tu nu per me.
แต่เล่นมันเต็มเลย
And those two are the same, so we can multi-select. Only these should be selected. Yeah, there we go. All three of these are the same. And those blend in pretty nicely now. We can open that. Let's add some vending machines. You could do hot dog squad, you could do pizza pen. Still here? Wow.
Viro Emil Termi, OSD son intervingud. Fik fejlam.
We've got room for 2 drink options, actually.
Lắp bút vào.
Oh.
Harus sesuai lagi.
Let's actually reverse that.
Air Mel di mana?
Can pull that off the wall. Place it there for now. If we wanted to get really creative. Give it kind of this olive color. Kind of like that there.
Stereo reality.
Oh, sorry. They sat down. And I deleted it. Let's add it back. There you go. We could add 2 of them down here. Add one there. Still here too. I appreciate it. Yeah, time has flown by. Yeah, holy cow, 3.5 hours on it. Didn't even realize it's been that long. That's what happens sometimes. You get really deeply involved in stuff in this game. And the time completely disappears. Alright, I won't mess with those right now, but we could change the colors of those perhaps. Alright, we've got food and drink options. And the modular shop setup. I was thinking about possibly going to more of a rustic brown color for the roof, because it just kind of, it feels a little bit too blended, like all the same, even though we did kind of shade the roof a little differently. And yeah, like a lake back here, or maybe even a small one over here could be. Probably not there. Probably back here or something like that, perhaps. But yeah, we've got a really nicely themed coaster back here. I'm gonna step away real quick, and we'll be back in a minute. Alright, we're back. Yes, I'm really liking how this has come out now. Could use a little bit of work. And I'm not even tired. I actually had a cup of coffee a little earlier, like a half hour before I started streaming, perhaps. I don't remember exactly. I'm not even tired, really. Okay, let's do a little path work. Okay. And if we want to find a centerpiece for in here. I like that, but it's way too large. I like this one, but it's too large. We could scale it down.
Idag var väl hallon, ja.
I kind of like the way that looks. Haha. There's a speaker there. We could change the Could do the forest. Or I could do music. No. Alright, I'm gonna let you all choose the music for over here. Alright, so we have a vote for the default. Then I think if we did, we go back over here and change this one. I think maybe adding... It'd be cool to add like some flower boxes or like small palm boxes or something like that right in front of these. So it's a little bit less. Alright, there we go. Now we've got a pretty good kind of setup. We could do more with that. We wanted to add like building decorations or trim. Let me turn the pirate theme off. Yeah, I had that selected. Haha. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, man. Adding a little bit of Eve over that, as we did up here, kind of helps. We should probably try to flesh this out. Because that is gapped. Go up here, flat roof. that there. Oh, that's actually kind of neat. I just want to get it rotated vertically, if possible. Kind of like that, for example, when we could color him. It doesn't fully, but that gives you the idea. The other option we could do is the hard wooden pillars. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that like that or change it. Good bit of activity though, that's good. People enjoying this over here and making a profit, which is good. Alright, we did a lot there. I think this is probably a good point for me to go ahead and save and call it a night. I've been going right about 4 hours, so this is a good point for me to leave it off. So I think I'm going to end the stream here. I think I'll be on tomorrow. It would definitely not be as long of a stream, because Monday I've got to get up and go to work. But yeah, this was fun. We've really done a lot to improve this over here, and I could keep going, but maybe we should change our focus to something else in the park. But yeah, so this has been fun. This has come out really nice. We'll just do some more. Is this a record-long cookie stream? No, not even close. It is fairly long. But most of them, I would say, get probably 2.5 to 3 hours on average, maybe just a touch beyond that. Either way, sometimes a little less than 2.5 hours, sometimes a little more than 3. This is a pretty lengthy one, but I think my longest was like 6.5 hours or something like that over the summer. At some point, I don't know why I did that long. That was crazy. Yeah, we're just going to be kind of cleaning up some stuff over here and figuring out what we might want to do. This plot of land, we extend the jungle theme or tie it into something else. So, anyway though, this is a good point for me to leave it. So I will sign off here. Average gaming session for me. Yeah, it's a little different when you're streaming compared to when you're just playing. If I was just playing, I mean, sometimes I could go for hours, sometimes I get not bored, but it's just harder to kind of keep my focus if I'm not streaming, interacting with people. But at the same time, sometimes that helps me kind of tunnel in on doing a bunch of stuff without having to focus on chat and what's going on with the stream and stuff, which they both have their advantages. So, but yeah, that's gonna do it. Band player, thanks for hanging out. Alexander, thanks for hanging out. Everybody, thanks for hanging out. You know, it's kind of thinned out as it's getting late. So, I'm gonna go ahead, save here. We'll pick up tomorrow. You all take it easy, stay safe, and we'll see ya.